Town meeting will now be in order. Ladies and gentlemen, would everybody please rise for a prayer? O Lord, as we begin the first annual Youth Town Meeting, we thank you for the blessings to live in a country such as this, where all opinions are heard. We pray for your guidance in our deliberations this evening. Amen. Please be seated. Well, welcome to the first annual town meeting. My name is John Sullivan, and I'm the moderator of the Winchester town meeting, which is held in the fall and in the spring of every year, and the town meeting decides how much money is to be spent and what we're going to spend it on, and any other issues such as the issues that you have here. My job is a very easy job and a fun job. We have 160 odd town meeting members. Well, they're not all odd, but 162, I think it is, town meeting members who are elected. And these elected officials, if you will, meet in session, and my job is to run the debate. I'm supposed to be neutral and not favor one side above the other, but my job is to keep the order and make sure that the debate is controlled, there's no problem. We usually have police officers in attendance in case there is, and we meet maybe 14 or 15 times a year. I was asked if I would moderate this town meeting, this being the first one, and I'm very pleased to do that and honored by the request. I'd like to just give a brief idea of how we're going to run this, and we're going to try to run it very much like a regular town meeting. There are only two things you have to really know to be in a town meeting, and one is what a motion is, and the second is what an amendment to that motion is. Now, a motion is a question that you town meeting members are going to be asked and you have to answer. But the only appropriate answers to the question have to be yes or no. There's no in between. And an example would be, like in the town meeting several years ago, there was a motion, which was a question, shall the town build 2 new tennis courts? We had debate for doing that and a debate against doing that. In a yes vote, we would have built the 2 tennis courts. A no vote, by the 160 people, there would be no new tennis courts. There was one person in the audience who wanted to build 3 tennis courts. So that person in the middle of the debate made an amendment, which was a motion to change the question to be 3 tennis courts. So we had to vote on that first. That's called an amendment, which is a change to the first question. And that's exactly what we're going to do tonight. We have 5 or 6 articles or subjects that we're going to discuss one at a time. When we have one of those articles on the floor, no other discussion on another matter is allowed. Now, before we get into that, we have a couple of things we have to do. I have a assistant moderator, Anne Marie Nuremberger, up here, and she's going to be responsible for keeping the time of the individual speakers. And so the first thing we need is rules. And it's your job to decide what the rules are, but I have a recommendation, and I'll put it in the form of a motion. And what I recommend is that each speaker be limited to 2 minutes. And if they don't get their talk done within 2 minutes, we'll ring the bell and they will be asked to stop. And if they need additional time, they can ask for an additional minute, and you will decide whether or not they get the additional minute. So it's moved and seconded that our rules are that each speaker can only speak for 2 minutes. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. We just took the first vote. Okay, so we're going to get right on with the business. And the first thing we're going to discuss tonight is, should the town offer special trips to places like Six Flags? And that particular motion was sponsored by the 7th grade Student Council. And who is the main speaker for that group? Come on down front. And while they're walking down here, let me tell you that when we take the vote, we're actually going to take the vote by asking people to stand, and we're going to have tellers who will count the votes. So I'm going to appoint 3 tellers, and I've already spoken to them. Can I have those 3 tellers please stand? And would you raise your right hands? Do you solemnly swear to faithfully perform your duties as tellers to this town meeting, so help you God? Good. Could I ask that one of you move into that section? So we have 1 teller in each section so we can count up. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. And every speaker, when you speak, it's very important that you state your name at the beginning clearly. We have the press here, and we're live on television, and people like to know who's speaking, especially if they disagree with you. So may we have the introduction of the first speaker.
I'm Brett Howley.
I'm Mary Miller.
And we, the 7th grade Student Council and Community Service Club, proposed the idea of having special trips on weekends and during holidays. This would bring the youth together and prevent them from engaging in harmful activities.
We believe that the youth of Winchester would enjoy trips to sporting events, amusement parks, and other places. These trips would also be a time for private school students to meet public school students. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is that the end of your presentation? You may be seated. And the proponents have a motion, and let me read the motion that they have, and that motion is in the handout that I believe you got on the way in the folders. And it's moved and seconded that the Youth Town Meeting, that means you folks, request that the Recreation Department offer day trips during each school vacation week to places including, but not limited to, amusement parks, sporting events, museums, and activity centers for middle school and high school age youth. Is there anybody who would like to speak in favor or in opposition to that, besides the main speakers? Hearing none, are you ready to vote? Okay, don't hear anybody objecting. So it's moved and seconded that the Recreation Department be requested to offer day trips during each school vacation. All those in favor, please rise, and the tellers will count. $12. 18. 42. All those opposed, please rise. 2. 1. How many in your section, sir? 0. The total is voting in favor 112, opposed 3. The motion carries. And what we'll do is that the Recreation Department will be approached and advised of the vote of this town meeting and asked to do that, and I'll make sure that they in fact do deliberate on this. Okay, article number 2, which may be more controversial, is the general topic is, can Winchester High School students act appropriately for the semis to take place this year? And the motion that's put forth is as follows. It's moved that the Youth Town Meeting requests that the school committee approve semi-formal dances to take place this year based on the following criteria. Each attendee shall sign and have co-signed by a parent a pledge of abstinence from alcohol or other drugs before and during each semi. The school committee shall provide a location and a police detail for each semi, and the students shall arrange for 1 parent chaperone per each 20 attendees. Who is the main speaker on that particular motion? Come on down. And anybody, by the way, anybody after they speak who wants to ask them questions, can do that as well, or wishes to speak in support of their position or in opposition. And why don't you introduce each other one by one, and then go ahead.
I'm Elisa Donnelly.
The Winchester High School SOS SAD Club moves that the Youth Town Meeting requests that the school committee approve semi-formal dances to take place this year based on the following criteria. Each attendee shall sign and have co-signed by a parent a pledge of abstinence from alcohol and other drugs before and during each semi. Students who want to attend the semi will sign a petition to teachers who are considering chaperoning, assuring them of the students' commitment to a drug and alcohol-free dance.
The student shall arrange for one parent chaperone per each 20 attendees. Prior to a planned semi, SOS/SAD students will publicize through presentations, posters, and toilet talk the consequences of getting caught drinking or using drugs. The school committee shall provide a location and a police detail for each semi.
We have several reasons that support our proposal. First of all, the recent soccer ball was successful and without problems with drug or alcohol use. And furthermore, a hockey ball is being planned for the spring. Also, the successful karaoke night showed that students can take the initiative and manage events. And lastly, semi-formals are the primary source of income for classes. And this year, it is especially important for the senior class, who wants to keep prom tickets affordable for all students.
Does anybody have a question? Yes, sir.
What other types of activities might be at the dance other than the usual song, DJ?
The gentleman's question, as I understood it, is what other kinds of activities might occur at the dance other than just the standard DJs?
As that go on at the middle school dances, it's possible that there could be.
Oh, that's all right. That bell is only for the main speech, so that's okay. That's all right. They were within 2 minutes. Now they have unlimited time. Sorry, my fault.
That there could be a movie or a game room available.
Any other questions or comments? Yes, sir.
How would this pledge be different than the pledge that students sign at the beginning of the year and pledges proper behavior during the school events?
Question is, how would this pledge differ from the pledge that was signed at the beginning of the year as opposed to signed right before the semis?
Well, I think this one is more for the teachers because the last time we had a semi, a lot of the teachers were basically disgusted by the behavior of the students. And so having a pledge to the teachers saying that we're committed to acting responsibly would just, I think, give us a better chance.
That answer your question, sir? One of the ways it may differ, and I'm not, but just reading the motion, I have the motion right in front of me. It may differ because this pledge has to be co-signed by a parent, which I don't think the original pledge probably was. Is that correct? I'm not sure.
Students have to sign it so that they've read the handbook and the parents have to acknowledge that they've.
Okay, so they signed too.
That sounds very good.
Further on the question? Any other discussion on this? Are you ready for the question? Yes, sir. I'm sorry, I didn't see it.
Is there any way to make this pledge maybe a binding pledge, or if there's a consequence that ties in with this pledge that may, ensure parents and teachers that students will refrain from drinking or drug use?
The question is there any way that we could make this pledge more binding in the event that somebody did? And the answer to that is yes, from a parliamentary standpoint. If you can come up with an idea on how to do that, we can amend this motion. We could say if you violate it, you get a year in jail, but I mean, that wouldn't be enforceable. But we can come up with maybe something like you could make it more binding by having a required call to a parent, but you guys can come up with anything you want to make it more binding, and we will vote on that as an amendment. Yes, sir, way up back.
What steps are going to be taken
The gentleman asked a question, and this happens a lot in town meeting. He asked a question to help him decide whether this is really an adequate motion. And so we asked if there's any member of the school committee here, and there is. Mr. Bortman is here, and so I will direct your question to him, sir. Mr. Bortman, the town meeting member asks, what is it that the school committee would consider sufficient by this town meeting that would satisfy your concern that, or the school committee's concerns of the conduct, the future conduct of the students at semis? We love to put them on the spot. Yeah. Mr. Bortman.
I'm not sure what the school committee would feel comfortable with. It's my recollection, though, that the last time there was a problem with the dance, it was the town manager rather than the school committee that was upset. If I recall correctly, there was some sort of problem in the town hall auditorium, which has cost the students the use of that building for a period of time. So I think maybe the problem would be, or maybe the solution would be discussing with the town manager himself in some fashion how this pledge could be enforceable to make him comfortable in letting the town hall auditorium be open again. I take it the town hall auditorium is the place where you'd like to have this dance.
Well, I think right now any place would be preferable to no place is the way I understood it from the discussions with the students. Maybe if we just change the question a little bit, what would the school committee's position, would this be satisfactory for the school committee to advocate to the town manager that maybe if they sign these pledges, they'd be given another chance?
Yeah, certainly this would make me comfortable. I can't speak for the other members of the school committee,
Sure.
but I would certainly urge them to act favorably on this motion. I think this is a very responsible approach.
Further on the question? Anybody have any other comments or questions? Yes, sir. And then the gentleman up there. Yes, sir.
Is there a way of doing the adequate schools to create kind of a vehicle where they could be policing themselves so the peer pressure to drink comes into place? Is there any way that you could create a sense of peer pressure for people not to drink? Because you asked for adults to kind of enforce these things. Could you guys come up with a way that you are policing yourselves? And because the event is for you, raise money, you enjoy yourself. But is there a way that you could make it where people would feel guilty if they did because they knew they'd be ruining it for you? I mean, everything adults can do to supervise it, but really, it's for you, so how can you police it yourself?
Gentleman's question is, how could you police this yourselves and maybe even include that policing approach in the motion? Got any ideas on that? Yeah.
Something that we have been thinking about was having SOS and SAD members going around to classes and sort of promoting responsible attitudes at the dance beforehand. And I don't know if that's what you mean, but I think that's a step we could take.
Yeah, that's good, and that's the kind of thing I think you could bring up in your presentation. Gentleman up here was next. Yes, sir.
I can just make a comment, right?
Pardon?
I can just make a general comment.
Sure, sure. If you'd stand up sometimes I can hear you better. It's only for me.
All right, I definitely think that the students prove themselves worthy and that we're capable of having these semi-formals. Just from the events of the soccer ball, like we were all well behaved and we just did a great job. And also I think we all learned from like the events of the junior senior last year, and we know like what the consequences are, that we won't be able to have semi-formals or we'll have to go through something like this to gain them back. So I definitely think that students are not capable of having these dances.
Thank you, sir. There are some people over here. Yes, sir. And then the lady on the end.
I just want to say, like, at the soccer ball, we did do a good job of, like, there was no sign of people under the influence of alcohol. My parents actually chaperoned the dance, and when I got home, they asked me if anybody was under the influence, and because they couldn't see anybody and they didn't see what the problem was and why, what happened, what could have happened at the semis. But they just thought that we all did a good job and that we took it very seriously. So I think that we're ready to take all the not take it seriously.
Good. And the lady on the aisle?
I would just like to know who's to say that even with this petition that students will actually like be faithful to this thing. Like, who's to say that we're not going to drink? How can we be sure of that?
Question is, going to drink if they sign the pledge?
Well, I hope that it does. I don't really guarantee it, like, no matter what we do, but based on what people said about the soccer ball, it seems like the student body is capable of handling themselves in a responsible manner, and so we just have to like take a chance with it, and if it doesn't work out, then maybe we can try something else, or I don't know, but we're just hoping that it'll go well with this proposal.
Thank you. Further question? Yes, sir.
I feel that the major difference between the semis from last year and the soccer ball from this year was that the majority of the student body last year during the semis, sadly, was probably intoxicated. And whether or not each individual person, we can guarantee them that they're not going to be intoxicated is not as important, I don't think, as the student body as a whole isn't going to give up their responsibility like that. So I think as long as the percentages of people, because you can't guarantee that each person that goes in is going to be sober as you can expect, then I think that's the way that it's going to have to be.
Way up back.
Speaking from the senior class, I have to say that I think we realize how much we actually need the money more than the dance itself, and I think that students are willing to compromise in order to lower the price of at least our prom tickets, and I think we're willing to compromise, and people won't come as they have in the past. I think that they'll be more responsible.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Restrictions just lead people to stay home and drink rather than just come to the dances.
The gentleman asked the question, force people to sit home and drink as opposed to go to the dance.
From a lot of the students that I've talked to, they've said that really having a dance is the most important thing, and they don't even really care what kind of restrictions there are. They just will do a lot to make sure that it happens. So I don't know, maybe there are some people who would do that, but I think the general population of the student body just wants to have the dance.
And also, by only having a soccer ball or a hockey ball type of thing, there's a lot of students that are being left out right now from having any dances at all. Like last year when the junior-senior was canceled, juniors and seniors weren't able to go. So if those students don't play sports, then they probably won't be able to go to any dances. And so they're really willing to have everyone work together to be able to have a semi in the future.
Yes, ma'am. Way up back.
You could impose a fine for the people who do get arrested this year, if there is even a dance. We're looking for consequences to their actions, not just being kicked off sports teams, because a lot of kids who did get arrested last year don't play sports. And I'm saying that we could impose a fine on the kids who do get arrested, or the kids who are suspected, whatever.
Any further comments? Yes, sir.
Well, I'd just like to say, from the point of view of the freshman class, that we've never been shown to do anything wrong, and it's just a little unfair to us not to have one, but we realize the concerns, but we need a chance to prove ourselves worthy.
Yes, ma'am.
Speaking from the senior class, last year I was a class officer when the problems occurred. It's important that we have to understand the administration has lost trust in the student body. And trust is a very valuable commodity, and we have to realize that we need to gain that back. By having a successful soccer ball, that was definitely a step in the right direction. However, we need to support things like karaoke night and smaller functions that are actually run through the school as opposed to independent
functions so that people can see that we do want to be responsible and we want to make the effort to have a successful function. So I just wanted to get that out there.
Further on the question? Anybody else? I'm sorry, yes, sir.
But I think the soccer ball, it's not school run, right? So if you're going to have school run dances, how can you be sure that they're going to be as well run as the non-school dances? And how do you know that it'll go as just as
Question is, how are you sure that school dances are as well run as non-school dances? Anybody want to try that?
The dances are very similar, although the funding is different. Like the parents support the soccer ball or the proposed hockey ball. So that's pretty much the only difference. And who's available to go in the soccer ball is only soccer players. So it limits the number of students.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Fines. I think that that's a good idea, and above, if someone gets caught, I know they have a penalty for sports and school and suspension, stuff like that, but above that, to have something like whoever's running the dance, that they have to pay a certain fine to that class, because that supports the class and punishes the person who did something wrong.
Interesting. Gentleman in the yellow shirt. Yes, sir.
I don't know, about a decade ago or so, there was the same type of problem, and they had to have a prom in a tent on the field. Now, I know people in the recent classes have said that they want the prom to be somewhere else, so they want to, they'll try good behavior. But yet, and still, last year, they had the whole big drinking problem. And so, which leads to the conclusion that kids they don't care about the consequences. So have you come up with anything, like any type of consequences that would make kids care? Because from your proposal, it doesn't really seem like a difference from the last.
The gentleman's point, I think, in a question is that he doesn't see anything here that is going to change the consequences if it happens again to the people who violate the honor pledge. Yes, sir.
I think that's true, but I think that before the consequences really weren't enforced that heavily, and now that students have seen them be enforced, seen other classmates get in serious amount of trouble, get kicked off the sports teams, they realize that they can't. The faculty is just not going to bend and fold and just kind of look over like they've done in the past. They're taking it seriously now. So we see that, and we don't want to risk anything.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Just kind of going back to the soccer ball. Although the soccer ball was separate from the school, as students, I think we're kind of getting a mixed message because the soccer ball tickets are sold at the school. They're announced with the school announcements over the last week. So obviously the school is supporting the soccer ball. They're not really saying, no, we don't want you guys involved with the students. I mean, they're basically supporting it, letting it go on. So that in itself is basically saying that, I mean, they're not really into the consequences of the whole semi thing. I mean, it seems like I just think that the consequences do need to be enforced, and although we've said that we've supposedly seen them be enforced, they really haven't been, and the same with the soccer ball. I think most adults and chaperones kind of turned a blind eye to what was really going on. I just think we're getting a mixed message.
Yes, sir.
Just to elaborate on what Lisa said, in terms of consequences being enforced, I know that one of the consequences prior to last year was that students were suspended for 3 days, and they, by the rule book, are supposed to miss, I think, a year of activities, and I know for a fact that hasn't been
town meeting should also request that the school committee publish what the consequences will be if the pledge is violated, and then ask that they be enforced. You could make a motion to amend if you'd like to, and I'll put it. This really strengthens, I'll do it for you, but what that does, the gentleman's point is, if we take this motion and put some teeth in it, the teeth being that the school committee would be asked to publish the rules and on what the consequences would be if you go to the dance, sign this pledge, and then enforce them. I think that, so he's asking that that be added to the motion. So we're going to vote on that first. Is there any discussion on that? That really toughens up the document here, because now it's as the gentleman over here pointed out, it's doing something a little bit different. It's asking for the strict sentencing and enforcement. Yes, sir, on the amendment.
I just think that if there are going to be such harsh consequences to something like this, it has to be proven that the person is intoxicated. And it can't just be like, oh, well, he's acting a little funny, you know?
Okay, good point. I can't see who it is, but I see a hand. Yes.
Do we know what the consequences would be if we do that up to the school board? Would we have any say in that?
Pardon?
Would the student body have any say in what the consequences would be, or would that be completely left up to the school?
No, I think that the school committee who makes rules like this usually has public hearings, and I'm sure that the student input would be welcomed because it may not be the deciding factor for sure, but yes, ma'am.
Before they enter into the semi?
Some kind of what?
Any kind of test to see if they're drunk or...
Oh, you mean like a breathalyzer going in? Yeah, and maybe a breathalyzer going out. Yeah, you can, but I think you'd have that's an interesting idea, but I think that would just, from a legal standpoint, that might be a real problem, forcing someone to take that kind of a test. Yes, sir. Further on the question? Okay, we're going to vote on the amendment. And what's the gentleman's name who made the amendment?
Andy Pappas.
Okay. Mr. Pappas has made a motion to amend by adding a enforcement clause to the main motion, whereby the school committee would actually publish what the consequences are, and then he's encouraging them, asking you to encourage the school committee to enforce those consequences. Someone else want to speak on that?
If I want to make another amendment that kind of goes along with that, can I do it after, or should I do it?
Yeah, you can do it after we take care of this one. So all that are in favor of Mr. Pappas's strengthening amendment, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? I'd say the ayes have it, so the motion is amended. So now the motion that we vote on will be the same motion put by the proponents up at the front, but it'll be strengthened by that request to the school committee. Now, did you want to put another amendment at this time?
Yeah, I'd like to someone who is caught under the influence of the dance, along with all the other consequences, has to pay a $100 fine to the class that sponsored the dance. And that information would be in the pledge of abstinence. So
Yeah, one of the jobs of the moderator is to decide whether or not a motion is in order. And I think we could make that as a suggestion that the school committee try to do that, but I think the school committee would be extremely hard-pressed to ever collect a fine, because it would really be almost a double jeopardy here, and the school committee doesn't have the power to fine students for breaking rules. I mean, I think the gentleman pointed out over here that sometimes we're really not sure. Everybody just thought that they've been drinking, and there wouldn't be enough proof really to establish the fine. So I would think that that would be out of order, that motion to amend. But I would suggest that if the school committee, if this passes, the school committee will definitely take this under consideration. And I think maybe they could investigate that to find out, because I think it's an excellent idea. Somebody in the back of the hall said that really one of the main problems here with these cancellations is that the whole class gets cut out of funds for what could be a very important part of the social calendar of the school. So I think it's a good point, but I don't think we could add that here. Yes?
There are fines on school grounds for smoking, so how is that different?
And is that could probably do that? Did the school committee establish those fines? Yeah, I don't know. But I think that's an excellent idea to bring up to the school committee, because that could be one of the consequences. And that should be the student input. I had somebody else had a hand up. Guess not. Yes, I'm sorry, sir.
I had a question about the chaperones. You wrote that, let's see, the students need to arrange one parent chaperone for every 20 students. Is that a chaperone that will be working at the dance? And how many I don't know how many people average a dance, so how many chaperones might that be?
I think it's sort of in response to the dance at the town hall that sort of caused this debate, because there weren't enough chaperones to see what was going on. And at the soccer ball, there was a lot more chaperones per student, so that they're able to control the population in the dance more easily, more closely. And so that's 1 per 20, I think, is an increase in the normal chaperones, the number of them.
How many students normally go to a dance? Is it 100, 200? Anybody got an idea?
Students.
550
Yes.
students. So that would be, if you divided that by 20, 400 would be 20, so it'd be about 25 chaperones. Might not be room for everybody. All right, are you ready to vote on the question? Yes, sir, right down front.
There are any chaperones at the dance. If there are any, will there be any near the bathrooms if kids would bring in like alcohol or drugs into the bathroom where there would be any supervision?
Want to take a shot at that? Go ahead.
I think that would be a good idea to do that.
Yes.
I know for a fact, because I was at the soccer ball and I actually went in the bathroom a couple times, and there were actually chaperones sitting in the bathroom, but in the girls' bathroom at least, watching and just like being there for just in case anybody brought anything in.
Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
At last year's junior senior, there was a chaperone outside of the bathroom, and when I was at the soccer ball and I'm in the bathroom, there was no chaperone in there. I just when I was there, not taking lie.
Yes, sir.
I'd just like to propose an amendment that the chaperone ratio be 1 to 10 instead of 1 to 20, as it's supposed to be for school-sponsored field trips. Maybe have a higher presence there. And
Okay. The gentleman has made a motion to amend to have the chaperones increase from 1 in 20 to 1 in 10, making it consistent. Any questions on that or comments?
I think
Yes.
it's important for people to know that we pay teacher chaperones. I don't remember the exact rate. I believe it was around $50 or something like that. And also it's hard to get teacher chaperones at this time because we have lost the trust from our school. So although it would be a good idea to have 1 to 10, it would be a hard thing to accomplish, I think.
These chaperones are intended to be parent chaperones, I think. Yeah, okay.
When we do them, usually we have half the numbers being parents and half the numbers
Yeah.
being teachers.
Mr. Pappas, you had your hand up again.
No, that's my question.
Okay.
I was gonna, cost.
Yes, way over here. 1 and 15? Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
I also think that the soccer ball, at least people I've talked to in the past, they're also, it was overrun by chaperones. Like everywhere you looked, there were chaperones, and they were like, it just seemed way too much. And I don't think kids would be as in support of going if they felt like there were always as many chaperones as there were kids there.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
I don't think that there is a guarantee that you will get one chaperone for every 10 students. So what would happen if you don't get that number of chaperones? Would you continue to hold dance, or how would they?
Go ahead. Question is, if you didn't, in the recommendation to the school committee, if the school committee asked the question that the town meeting member asked, what happens if you don't get 20 chaperones? Does that mean 1 in 20? Does that mean no dance?
Well, I don't know if can we direct this question to who proposed it?
Okay, let's vote on the gentleman's motion. His motion is going to double the number of chaperones. The proponents up in the main motion here are recommending 1 chaperone for every 20 students. And the gentleman is doubling the number of chaperones. All those in favor of doubling the number of chaperones, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. Nays have it. We're going to lighten up this dance a little. Yeah. Okay, are you ready, ladies and gentlemen, to vote on the main motion? Yes, sir.
Of chaperones, I feel as if they didn't really do too much, because even like in the past, as annoying as it was, the meet and greet line, they didn't even do that this soccer coach. I came in, there was no.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Ball was definitely adequate. It felt like there was the people in the middle dancing and then like a circle of chaperones. I went through a greeting line and there are also people in the balcony looking down on us. So
Okay.
it's pretty sufficient.
Yes, sir.
Well, the chaperones definitely took part. My JV soccer coach was like staring at us every point, I remember. So I think their presence was definitely felt by me.
Very good. Okay, you ready for the question? Now, here's the question we're voting on. We're voting that the youth town meeting requests the school committee to approve semi-formal dances. That's the main point. And each attendee will have to sign a pledge. School committee will provide a location and a police detail. The students shall arrange for 1 parent chaperone for each 20 people. And because of Mr. Pappas's amendment, the school committee will be asked to publish the consequences of violation of this after signing the pledge, and then be requested to strictly enforce those consequences. All those in favor of that motion, please rise, and the tellers will count. How many?
22.
22. 12. 45. All those opposed, please rise. How many? 0? 3? 0. 79 having voted in the affirmative, 3 in the negative, the motion passes. And as a result of that, the school committee will be approached. And in addition to that, with your permission, I will also discuss this with the town manager to make sure that he is prepared to maybe hear from the school committee as well. Okay? Very good, thank you. Very good debate. Okay, article number 3. Should the town create a cool place for the teens to hang out? May we have the proponents of that down front? It's moved and seconded that the Youth Town Meeting requests that the Board of Selectmen appoint a study committee comprised of adults and youth to develop criteria for the investigation of possible locations for a teen center. The criteria should include but not be limited to the creation of a center that would be open on weekend nights during school vacations, provide for a snack location, a coffee bar, performance area, game tables, and comfortable furniture. The location search should include but not be limited to the site of the former Mystic School. Yes, sir.
Okay, I'd just like to preface this with just my observations in the past year or two of the Winchester Youth Center. And if anyone had visited the youth center before the middle school was renovated, it wasn't the most popular place for people to hang out. And I mean, it was a little grungy. It was a little, not everything was in great order. And it's come along so far since it has been from there. There's a great new director there, Rebecca, and it's just like a fantastic place. And there are so many people that go. I mean, so many middle schoolers, you would have no idea. And if anyone who has observed this knows that the kids who are coming up in the middle school, all these kids, they enjoy being with each other more than I think, sadly, my grade the year before us, not so much the year below us, but I'm a senior, by the way, does. And I think with this, it's called the Winchester Teen Center, we could help have some more community and some more just togetherness within the town and within the youth. And I mean, some ideas that were thrown around were having a pool there and having just some crazy stuff like an arcade and stuff like that. And I think it would be a great place for the youth who are coming up right now, since I probably won't be here when it comes, to just hang out on weekends and in the nighttime. So, leave that up to you guys.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, sir.
I see it's going to be a little bit different than the youth center, but the high schoolers I know don't hang out at the youth center because it just seems a little bit different, and these things seem more for older kids, but what would be the real difference of this Winchester Teen Center and the youth center?
Okay, well, at the youth center, whoever's been there, there's, I mean, more youth-oriented games. Like, not that I'm saying I don't play pool and I don't play ping pong, but there's not so much there that I think would attract older kids to come on a weekend. I mean, there are, even though people say there's nothing to do in this town, there really are. I mean, if you have a car and you can drive around, there's going to be things that you can do in the weekend rather than go hang out with your friends and play ping pong. But, I mean, there's a lot more opportunity that we can bring to this teen center that would be completely different than the youth center. You're correct. And I think the more we can bring to this place, this center, the more attractive it'll be and the more people will come. And I mean, I'm pretty sure that it's open for middle schoolers. It would definitely be open for high schoolers. And I mean, I'm not saying it's only open for Winchester. It could be open for anyone. And you start bringing to the picture like snack bars and like game tables, obviously, but then bigger stuff like an arcade or a pool or something. We don't have anything like that in our town. Why not? And I just think it would be a fun place for teens to hang out on a weekend, and it would make up for what we don't have in this town.
Yes, sir.
I was just curious as who could possibly be found as to staff such a center.
Okay. Well, that's where it's pretty much open. The town would have to hire people to come and work. It's on a weekend, so I'm not sure how many people would volunteer their time for that. I mean, we have, at the youth center, we have people are paid there. There's a lot of students that work, but there's definitely adults who work there. And I think, yeah, I think that's pretty much open. I think if you guys wanted to make an amendment, that would be a good one to make.
Lady in the blue sweater, then right across the aisle there. Question is, how do we get the funding if this was passed? Mr. Boardman, oh, he's always got money. Mr. Boardman, he focused that question at you as to, would you think that there would be money available for the funding of this?
I would hope so. We're looking for a gigantic override in March. And perhaps if we get the $1,800,000 in the override that we're looking for, and the school department gets its ordinary 65% share, perhaps we can come up with some money for funding. It strikes me as a very worthwhile program, and I would encourage my colleagues on the school committee to support it.
Lady in the black. Yes, ma'am.
This sounds like a pretty big project, and I was wondering how long are you planning on this to take?
Question is, because it's such a big project, how long do you think it would take to construct?
Well, the actual proposal is to appoint a study committee, and the study committee would be comprised of adults and youth. And what they're going to do is to develop criteria for and investigate possible locations for this youth teen center. So basically, we're just going to put the idea out there for there to be a committee, and the committee is going to get all the nitty-gritty and figure out what, like, where it's going to be, how much money we're going to be able to spend on it, stuff like that.
Yes, ma'am.
What would be the age limit to, like, of entering this place? Like, how young and how old?
The lady's question is, what would be the age limit, meaning how young a person and how old a person would be allowed to go there?
Okay, well, it's called the Winchester Teen Center. I'm probably going to say most people who would go would probably be teens. Whether we're going to kick out 12-year-olds, does that count as a teen? Probably. I mean, they're allowed at the youth center, and I don't see why not. I think 19, 20, 25-year-old people are going to be showing up to have a round of pool. I don't think so. But I think that kind of just solves its own problem.
Right there in the blue and white.
Well, I just have a comment about this teen center idea, is that it has worked in other towns. A specific town in Connecticut I know does have a teen center. It does run weekend night activities and has like bands play and stuff like that. And it does work, and people do come, and I think it would also, with the drinking problem in the town, lower a bit, because it gives kids another choice on the weekends instead of just hanging out. Like, we have the problem that there is nothing to do on the weekends in Winchester, and it would really be great if this was established so that they would have another choice.
Thank you. Who hasn't spoken? Yes.
Where would this be? Because personally, I think that the Mystic School is a bit out of the way of the center. I mean, it's not like that far, but at the same time, it's not in the center. It's not, the middle school's like in the center. And I don't know, I just think it might be easier if we could find a spot that might be closer.
Right. Well, I'd agree with you. I'm not sure if the Mystic School is the perfect place for this, and that's why we're not voting on the Mystic School. We're just voting on the council or the the committee, and the committee's going to have to, like I said, pull out the nitty-gritty and figure out where it's going to be and everything. So yeah, the Mystic School was. We said that the location search should include but not be limited to the Mystic School. So that should answer.
Gentleman over here.
I would like to propose an amendment to have this committee include 4 high school age students, 1 from each grade level, freshman to senior.
Okay, it's moved and seconded that the motion be amended that the committee include 4 high school students, 1 from each grade level. Any questions on that? Hearing none, all those in favor of that amendment, please say aye. Opposed? The ayes have it, the motion carries. So that's, we're back to the main motion. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Be more of like a school committee type thing, or would there be more student involvement?
That's a great question. I'd say it's probably not going to have too much to do with the schools. It's not private, obviously, because this town would be funding it. So I think it would be more of a town-oriented community center, as opposed to a school-oriented center. Like, I mean, the youth center right now is in the school, but it's not connected that much to the school. And I think it would be similar to that.
Yes, sir.
Would there be something like a membership fee?
Question is, will there be a membership fee?
All right, membership fee. I'm not sure. That's definitely something that the committee would have to come up with. It's a good idea, but it's also would kind of stink. But I don't know. That's definitely something that the committee would have to come up with.
Yes, ma'am. Right in the middle. Question is, would you suggest that other people from other towns be allowed to come?
Sure. Events within this town, like the Rock for Youth and other events, not through the school, but through the town and stuff. Other towns are welcome, and I don't see why not. I don't know of any. I mean, we heard Connecticut. There's another youth. There's another teen center, but Woburn, Medford. I don't know if they have them, so why not? I'd say sure they can come.
One more question. Yes, ma'am.
Have a say in this, but would the middle school students have a say into what is put into this teen center?
The question is, will the middle school students have a say in what goes into the youth center?
Right. Well, right now it's pretty vague. We just said adults and youth develop a criteria. So if there should be an amendment, it should have to do with that. You guys can put one out there.
Are you ready for the question? You ready to vote?
Wait, does anyone want to put an amendment for who would be on the committee to decide stuff like the location and the nitty-gritty?
Okay, this gentleman had a question. Yes, sir.
At the youth center, it's 11, 12, 13-year-olds getting to deal with like 15 and 16-year-olds. But if it's at the teen center, if there's gonna be kids older than 13 and 14-year-olds, are they really gonna wanna like ask questions like 12, like middle schoolers do, to people that are the same age as them? Are they gonna?
On the committee or on the?
What?
On the committee
No,
or
I
actually?
mean at the actual center. 'Cause that's
Gentleman's question is, at the actual center, is there, I think if I could just put it a different way, he's asking if there's going to be a problem if you have 11, 12, and 13-year-olds with a different philosophy maybe than kids that are 15, 16, 17, and 18, and do you think that mix is really going to work?
I mean, well, older kids are gonna go there. Are they gonna be comfortable?
Are they going to be comfortable with
That the peer leaders that are like, at the youth center are gonna be the same age as them, or just a little older.
Okay, so we're addressing who's going to be running the actual center?
Or who's going?
Because I'm not sure that peer leaders are going to be running the center. Right, okay, well, it would be, first of all, it's only open a couple hours a week, because it's only open on weekends and only weekend nights, really. So I think that we would be able to hire people to work and to, adults to work and be able to, because I don't think, I think you're completely right. If we had 17, 18-year-olds working and trying to keep control on their peers, I don't think we could do it. So yeah, I definitely think that we would have to hire older people to run the show.
Yes, ma'am.
But more for the teens. This would be like a teen center. So if you have 11 and 12 12-year-olds, it wouldn't really be a teen center. Like, I mean, I can understand that 8th graders would be, they're like 13 or so, and they're going into high school, but I don't think that high schoolers, since they usually don't have anywhere to go, would want to spend their Saturday nights with like middle school 11-year-olds. And I don't know, it's just my personal standpoint. I probably wouldn't want to, but if it was more just like our age, like high school, like 9 through 12 or 8 through 12 or whatever, like they're kind of their age, you can hang out with more kids your age, because I know the center itself would probably attract more younger kids than older kids who the younger kids are going to be there.
Well, this proposal, it doesn't specify the space, and I think people on the committee would have to understand that I don't think it's going to be one room. I think there's going to be multiple rooms, and maybe one room will be specifically 15 and up, and one room will be younger teens, and I think that would help. But yeah, specifically who's going to be allowed in, I'm not sure if we can have someone at the door turning little kids or big kids away, so I'm not sure.
Mr. Pappas. You're the only one I know your name now.
In response to that question, kind of, maybe, I don't know if this is an amendment or if this is just an idea, but instead of calling this maybe a teen center, we can just call it a town recreation center or something like that. We don't have one of those in Winchester, and they have it in other towns, they have YMCA's in other towns or, recreation centers like those. Maybe if we refer to it as a town recreation center, then we can promote all ages, and it can just be more open, more free for people to be comfortable with all ages.
Yes, ma'am, right in the red there.
I'd like to make an amendment that middle school students as well as high school students be involved in the planning of this teen center.
The town meeting member makes a motion to amend that the committee also include one member from the middle school. Excuse. Use the mic, please. Yep. And let me, we have, this is what I have.
Specifically, there's going to be one student from each grade in the high school, so more specifically, do you want one student from each grade in the middle school?
But she has made a motion to amend to add one student from the middle school. She just made that motion to amend. And so we'll ask that question. Right now we have one member from the freshman, sophomore, junior, and senior class, and she's made a motion to add a student from the middle school. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? I'd say the ayes have it, but we'll vote. All in favor of adding a student from the middle school, please rise, and the tellers will count. 6. 22. 0. All those opposed, please rise. 15. 5. 19. I have to ask the gentleman standing, are you a youth? Yeah. Well, you voted though, right? You voted no, by the way. Yeah. But I mean, your vote doesn't count, I think, is the point I was making. The reason is we got a tie. We have a tie. It's 28 to 28, and I'm sorry, it's 29. It was 28 to 29. Now it's 28 to 28, and that means that the motion fails because it's a tie. Yes, sir.
I make a motion to propose that there is one person from every grade represented in this council, grades 6 through 12.
making a motion to amend the main motion so that the student membership of this committee include a member from each grade. Is it 6 through 12?
One person from each grade, middle school and the high school.
Okay. Are you ready for that question? All those in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. All those in favor, please rise, and the tellers will count. I'm sorry? 1? 4. 21. All those opposed, please rise. Uh-oh. 4. 14. 19. Oh, I don't believe it. 26 having voted in the affirmative, 37 in the negative, the motion fails. Yes, ma'am.
We were just trying to make your amendment better by saying that instead of having one middle school person, there's 3 middle school people to go against the 4 high school, or not against, but with. So we're not disagreeing with your middle school being involved in the committee. We want more of you involved. So that was what we were trying to get past, but it did not.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to make an amendment maybe to only have it towards the 8th grade because I think it would be better to have sort of the older half of the town go to this teen play soccer recreation, whatever we were going to call it, because the 6th graders and the 7th graders are mostly the ones that go to the youth center. I've noticed a lot of the 8th graders do, but as they get older, they kind of dislike being with all the younger people, and so I can understand how the high schoolers might feel about that. So.
Okay, so your motion to amend is to have one person from each grade, 8 to 12. Are you ready to vote on that question? This will be the last question on the membership, because after you have so many questions, you're starting to vote over again, and you can't do that. So this is a good motion, and the motion is, it's moved and seconded that the committee be expanded to include one member from each grade, 8 through 12. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. Don't believe this. All those in favor, please rise, and the tellers will count. 0. 0. 1. 24. All those opposed, please rise. 5. 18? 18? Twelve. No. 25 having voted in the affirmative, 35 in the negative, the motion fails. So the committee, if we approve this motion, the committee is going to have four student members, one from grades 9, 10, 11, and 12. That's what you voted. Okay, the question now comes on whether we want to recommend this committee at all. And so it's moved and seconded that the Youth Town Meeting request the Board of Selectmen to appoint this study committee. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, let's make sure. I don't think people, you got to pay attention on this one. Now we're voting to decide whether we're going to approve this committee or not. And all those in favor of having this committee at all, please rise. That's more like it. Now we're talking. 20? 40. All those opposed, please rise. 1, 0, 0. 65 having voted in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, the motion passes. Okay, that brings us to Article 4. What should we do to solve the parking issues at the high school? It's moved and seconded that the town meeting request the Traffic Advisory Committee to do a traffic study at Winchester High School and suggest options for handling the overflow of automobiles. Who is the main proponent on that?
I'm Lisa Dacey.
I'm Andy Pappas, not Olivia Rizzo. Andy Pappas.
What was the name again? Yeah.
I'm Adrian Peterson.
I'm Dave Tucker.
Do you want us to address...
You got to get right up close to the mic.
Do you want us to address the problem or just talk about possible solutions?
No, tell us what the problem is first and then the solution.
Okay, right now at the high school, there's a very limited amount of parking, and as a result, students are parking in the fire lanes and other spots that aren't allowed. And the student population of the high school is growing each year, so there just needs to. We're requesting that a survey is done to decide what further steps should be taken to either add more spaces or change around the situation in all of the lots so that every student who drives to school has a place to park.
Some of the general ideas we have for expanding parking spaces for students would be, at the present time, there is a specific teacher lot, and then there are two kind of 2.5. There's a back lot. There are 2.5 student lots, but they can also be parked. Teachers can also park there. The problem with this is that teachers are not parking in their own lot. They are parking in the student lot, and students aren't allowed to park in the teacher lot. Therefore, less students can park at the high school. So we propose that. I should think about this. Make sure it's right. We propose that either all of the lots be allowed for everyone to park, or that the student lots be designated for students only, and the teacher lot be teacher only.
There's also a proposal about the situation for specifics being like where classes should park, saying since.
That's right. You can continue with the second speaker.
Okay. Since sophomores are underclassmen, that they should have to park in the 5th lot. Oh, the 5th lot is behind or near EMAC and Bolio's. And so there's also a proposal that there would be like stickers for each class or rows or whatever in certain parking lots or whatever. So.
The stickers would be specific for each class, one for the junior class, one for the senior class, one for the sophomore class, and one for teachers. And by this, the enforcement of these parking restrictions would happen.
Does that complete your presentation? Okay, any questions? Yes, ma'am.
There are open spots in the faculty parking lot during the day when there are open spots back there that are not being filled by anyone.
Yes, sir, over on the left.
As I understand it, the far lot near the gymnasium is a public lot, and you're talking about designating like upperclassmen to a certain part, underclassmen to
proposal, it's kind of like the other one. It's, I guess, just to request that the Winchester Traffic Advisory Committee start, like, figuring out what the problem is and how to solve it. And it's not really our position to decide how it's going to be enforced.
We were also not under the knowledge that the lots were public parking lots.
Lady in the blue.
Instead of having the teachers have a designated lot, could all the teachers just have their own space that they parked in to make sure that, like, they were using their space, not somebody else's? And if there were extra spaces the teachers weren't using, that those could be for students instead of having extra spaces for teachers?
Further? Yes, sir, over here in the yellow.
Ticketing unlawful parking of the classes in not marked spots would be, I mean, we can, if they mention reserve parking for, like, with stickers and having the sticker designate an area for seniors have a blue sticker or whatever. If, I mean, by public, it's not public to the actual public. It's public to the school, to the students and the faculty. And so when you have reserved parking, whether it be in that lot or the student-only lot, you're gonna have, it can have the designated spots, and therefore, why not, why couldn't you ticket those people? And also, I like to make, and, well, first, are we trying to open up more spots from non-existing spots right now?
We're not planning on expanding to other places, if that's what you're referring to. We're trying to make the it's a possibility, but what we're proposing right now is just making the organization of where people can park.
Not only try to construct more spots for the upcoming classes, but also more availability for outgoing and incoming traffic into these into the parking lots?
I think that that may already be built into the motion. The motion includes that having the study done by the Winchester Traffic Advisory Committee. And the Winchester Traffic Advisory Committee does exactly what you're talking about. They are an appointed group, including the Winchester Police Department, that when they get handed a study like this, they look at not only what we ask them to look at, but they always look at egress, entrance, safety, and particularly in the school area. So that would automatically be done as part of that study.
Incoming, outgoing traffic in the parking lot. I don't think they had such a committee.
Well, they
very
may
safe.
have, but of course it was a time that was probably 25 years ago. Yeah, so they probably haven't looked at it since then. So this will probably be the first time, if this passes, that area has had a detailed study by the Traffic Advisory Committee. Yes, ma'am.
I think another problem is the reason why students basically are parking where they're not supposed to be parking is that because there isn't enough spaces. So I think that a solution to that would be not only to assign a certain area for a class, because I think that kids would get to school and realize, wow, there are no parking spaces, but to also assign spaces to certain kids. Not only would it like make it so that kids will show up to school and there won't be a space, but like it'll like save like, what am I saying?
I don't know.
People like carpool to school. Like it's better that way, and I think that they should do a lottery kind of thing where a space is assigned and kids will sign up if they have a car and they want to drive to school, and like if their name's picked out of a hat, they get a space, because that will assure them that throughout that whole year they will have a space, and that like kids won't show up to school if there will be no spaces.
If I could, the problem with having designated spaces, if say you're a sophomore and you just got your license and you just started driving, and you're given a space, you know, way out by the field or something, and you need to be at school early, or some, you know, by a lottery maybe, say you're a senior and you get stuck in the 5th lot or something like that, I mean, depending on your circumstances, you may need to be closer to the school. So you can't, you can't just randomly choose people to be farther away or closer, through a lottery or something like that.
I'd also like to speak about having designated spots. Relating to what Dave just said, there's so much change throughout the year with people getting licenses, and we talked about maybe having, about people changing cars, and things like that. It would be really difficult to enforce specific spots, especially, someone doesn't come to school one day, that spot's open, that spot should be filled. Say that's in the front row of the parking lot, why leave that open? So little things like that.
You ready on the question, ladies and gentlemen? All those in favor?
There's a question.
I'm sorry, where? Oh, can't see it. Yes, sir.
Many parking lots, especially the one over by the train station in Winchester. For each parking spot is a numbered permit. They just put in the window.
That's definitely possible. They have to.
Can't hear you. You need the mic.
Through the study, they determined, the best possible way to keep track of all the cars and organize all the cars. The thing is that because the numbers are changing so often, they have to figure out the best way to, organize, all of the people who are parking at the school at one time. And it's hard to, get a numbered permit kind of thing. Yeah, it's hard to. The thing is that it's going to be really difficult to keep track of every single car that's coming in and out of the school and parking. And I think what we're looking more to do is make the traffic flow and just the availability of space to be there to happen. But
Okay, you ready for the question, ladies and gentlemen? Okay, the question comes on whether we will approve that the Winchester Traffic Study Advisory Committee do a traffic study at Winchester High School and suggest options for handling the overflow. All those in favor of that motion, please rise, and the tellers will count. Four. 19. 34. All those opposed, please rise. 1, 2, 0. 57 having voted in the affirmative, 3 in the negative, the motion passes. Article 5, to see what the town will do to solve the effects of insufficient funding. Who is the proponent of that one? That's motion number 5. And it was supposed to be Rob Grenzebach. Is he here? Oh, there he is. Okay. Mr. Grenzebach.
Thank you. My name is Rob Grenzbach. I'm a senior at Winchester High School, and we're representatives of the Winchester High School Harvard Model Congress Club, and we're going to address the question, what should be done to solve the effects of insufficient funding on the Winchester school system? I'm going to just start this off by throwing out the idea that I think funding is an underlying issue of almost everything that we've talked about tonight, and without money to implement these things, they can't happen no matter how broad the support is among the students, parents, and the community. So I'm going to pass it on.
I'm Dave Wang. I'm a junior at WHS. In order to achieve academic excellence, it is of the utmost importance that we, town of Winchester, do everything in our ability to provide the most appropriate atmosphere for our youth to learn and develop. However, deficient funding has long been an obstacle in our journey towards superior education. I must stress that the point that the town of Winchester cannot compromise the future of our children because of monetary issues. Education should be the top priority for the town of Winchester.
Thanks. The Winchester High School Harvard Model Congress Club moves that the Youth Town Meeting requests that the school committee organize a rigorous public campaign to pass a comprehensive override to Preposition 2.5 meant to increase funding for schools, including money for, but not limited to, building maintenance, the rebuilding of schools beyond repair, textbooks, school supplies, after-school clubs, and a much-needed teacher salary increase. And with that, I'll pass on to Joe Sheehan, who's going to talk about highlight some of the problems with funding.
All right, I'm Joe Sheehan. I'm a senior at Winchester High School. Yeah, like he said, the only way that any of this stuff is going to actually happen is if the funding is there for it. Right now in the high school, it's pretty terrible. There's no money. There's textbooks that are older than the kids using them. There's no funding at all for clubs. I mean, if it costs money to go somewhere like Model Congress, you have to pay for it out of your own pocket. Same with sports, you have to pay just to play on a team. Then every year there's a huge turnover in the teachers because the atmosphere at the school is, funding-wise, there's no money, and they hire new teachers who are cheaper to pay than the more qualified teachers who've been teaching for a while. So that's all I got.
Hi, I'm Peter Feigenbaum. I'm a senior, and I want to talk about the fact that school department needs to set the proper priorities. I mean, regardless of whether an override passes, meeting the needs of the students is going to depend on the proper management of what's available and also setting the proper priorities. And I'm not going to point out specific examples of what I think are wrong priorities, but I think that those at the top aren't necessarily setting the right ones. And we simply ask the school committee re-examine its priorities and make sure that the employees of the school department who are managing all this money are doing so in a competent manner. And if not, big changes need to be made so that the students in the Winchester school system are going to have their needs met. And the total budget is larger than many people think, if I'm not mistaken, yet it fails to cover many of the students' basic needs.
All right, I'm just going to mention again that our motion is that the school committee make a campaign for the override that's been proposed to make sure that it gets passed, because last year I think there was a override for the reconstruction of Ambrose School, and I believe it was only defeated by 100 or so votes. And with 20,000 people in the town, I think with enough campaigning and the right support from the visible support from the student body, that it's very possible, and that will be the right step in the right direction. And I guess Pete is going to just conclude.
Yeah. So in conclusion, there's really no excuse for such an affluent town to not properly provide for its students. And there is money in this town, and it needs to be used for the greater good.
Okay, and we're open to any questions about our proposal or comments.
Any questions? Yes, sir.
Be looked into also how the actual money we have is being used and whether we're getting the most for our dollar.
I think we all agree up here with that, and that may be a good amendment to add to our motion.
Yeah, and I would like to add that if it's been demonstrated that the money is being properly used, people are going to vote for the override. But maybe right now people are reluctant to vote for it because they think that the money is going to be mismanaged if they put more in. So that's something that really needs to be considered, is proper management.
Gentleman in the back there. Yes, sir.
I agree with the fact that textbooks are important, but I also think that a good chunk of money needs to be put towards school maintenance and just maintaining the buildings that we do have, because Winchester High hasn't really had any major changes since it was built. I mean, the school is painted in colors that are our rival school's colors. We walk through with orange walkers. And I think even just a paint job or something to make it a little bit more approachable as opposed to the colors that we got in the 70s would just make it a little bit easier place to learn.
Pardon?
Yeah.
that was not a question, but if you wanted to say
Okay.
something.
Yeah, I think you make a good point. One thing that I guess the high school kids and the middle school kids need to realize that are moving on to the high school in the next couple of years is that the Winchester High School is the last on the list of the schools to be rebuilt because it was the most recent one to be built. And I think some people don't take into account the fact that when the high school was built, it was also built I think in a time where money was also an issue, and they didn't necessarily spend the money to buy systems in the school that will last. And I think the maintenance is a key point because it hasn't been maintained, mostly because there hasn't been the money there to hire the janitorial staff and to pay for the repairs. And one major point is our heating and cooling system, which is one and the same, and which isn't reliable anywhere in the building. So it can be humid and hot or frigid and cold, and it takes 7 days to switch between the two systems. So in the interim period, there's a lot of discomfort among the kids.
Okay, one more. Yes, sir.
A few hallways painted like the one over at the technology department, so it's a more friendly atmosphere towards our town.
Okay, the gentleman over here.
I'd just like to agree with Commissioner Sliker's comment and propose an amendment to track, I suppose, the flow of the money that is going towards the Winchester school systems. Amendment to appoint a subcommittee to track this money.
Let me make an editorial comment on that, because the question that you're doing, you're making a recommendation to the school committee here that they aggressively pursue the override. And then at the same time, you're really mixing apples and oranges here. One is a very proactive recommendation, and the other one is to do a critique of their own work. The school committee is responsible for that. And I just point that out. If you want to put that motion, that's fine. That you want the school committee to appoint a committee to review the financial management. Is that what you're saying? Because they're doing that now. They think they're doing that, and there is a finance committee doing that. So I just think it's a little bit off target from what the main motion is. But if you want to put a motion to amend like that, maybe you ought to restate it.
What I think I would want to say was more publish or let even the students to read.
Okay, gotcha. So the gentleman moves that the main motion be amended and that the school committee be encouraged to provide financial data to the student body as well as the parents and as part of this endeavor. That's his motion to amend. Do you want to speak on the motion to amend? Are you in favor of it?
I'd say that that it's important that the money be there, and that comes in the form of the override. And perhaps if you want to make it part of the campaign, that they let the people of the schools and of the community know where the money is going and what is needed to fix it, which I assume would be part of it anyways. That would perhaps make people more willing to vote for this override and therefore pass it. I think the more people know, the better informed they'll be, and hopefully they'll vote in favor.
So you're recommending approval of the amendment?
Yep, if it passes the majority here.
Yes, okay, so it's on the amendment. It's moved by the gentleman over here on the left that the main motion be amended by also encouraging the school committee in their aggressive campaign to distribute the financial information to the students and to the general public necessary to support the position for an override. All those in favor of that motion to amend, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it, the motion carries. Now, are you ready to vote on this motion here, which is to encourage the school committee? Yes, sir.
What campaign has there been in the past for this, and what kind of things would we be doing, or would the school committee, who's doing this,
The
committee-
gentleman's question is, what campaigns, what kind of a campaign do you foresee that they do? And second of all, what did they do in the past?
All right. I'd have to say there have been campaigns in the past. I'm not sure who was running them, if it was the school committee or if it was I don't know, some other organization in town. But I think just the question of has there been one in the past raises the point that maybe hasn't been as visible. Maybe even though there have been campaigns, people haven't seen or heard about what they were going on because they weren't extensive enough. And I think also because a lot of the seniors in the high school are turning 18, they are voters, it's important for them to know about that.
One last question, and then we got to vote because we're getting late here. Yes, sir. Mr. Pappas.
A question, just two comments. One, I very much agree with what Robbie just said about seniors in the high school not really, who are 18, who can vote, and there will be many by the time the override comes around. And I think it's, especially them being in the school system, just coming out, I think it's really important for them to know that they can vote or they can't vote if they want to vote against. I also want to say, being in the high school for 4 years, maybe some of you who will be voting on this amendment haven't been in the high school, but it's just been very detrimental to my educational experience. Little things that, I mean, like the heating cooling system, like the textbooks, and the teachers, they know about it, they can't do anything. And I think this override proposal to, this override campaign would be very, very helpful in the override.
All right, let's vote on the override, whether or not we want the school committee to aggressively support that. This is an important question, and so it's moved and seconded by this group that the school committee be encouraged to aggressively pursue the override question and to present supporting financial information to the students and the public to help support that, to get money in, particularly for the high school. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. All those in favor, please rise. Tell us we'll count. $17, sir. 4. 30? 30. All those opposed, please rise. One, zero, zero. 51 having voted in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, the motion passes. Okay, Article 6. What should the rules be regarding teenagers hanging out in the shops downtown? This is the last one, ladies and gentlemen. And would you identify yourself, sir?
My name is Paul Perry. I am the 8th grade representative to the Community Service Club. I am here to address the issue of students going downtown on half days with backpacks. As you may know, backpacks and students crowd the shops enormously, and they can damage property. The owners of some of these shops are also concerned about shoplifting. I would like to find a solution to this problem. I propose students should leave their backpacks outside or in a designated area before entering the shops. Or maybe we should only allow a certain number of students in the shops.
Is that the end of your comments?
Yes.
Okay, the gentleman moves that the town, our town meeting, recommend to the student body that in going in the shops downtown, they leave their backpacks outside. Any further discussion? Yes, sir.
I disagree with that. A place like Joe's Main Street Pizza, which does all of its business through a huge line of kids that they cycle through very quickly and get food to on half days. You can't really limit that number of people in an establishment without limiting the amount of service they can do, and you don't want to do that.
Yes, but I think it would flow faster with the absence of backpacks.
Yes, way up back, sir. Mr. Grenzaback, and then the lady down here, right here.
CVS used
to have that policy where you leave your backpack in the entrance area and then you go shopping and then you come back. And I know particular instances where the problem was that someone mistakenly took another person's backpack and they lost all their books. And I think they rescinded that policy as a result. So maybe creating a teen center or a town recreation center would provide another place for kids to go than hang out downtown in stores.
Okay, this lady here was next.
If there's only a certain amount of people allowed in the store, then wouldn't the store lose business sometimes? Because you have to wait.
Yes. This was more along the lines of if the backpacks were still going into the shops, then it wouldn't be as cluttered. So it's kind of one or the other.
Yes, ma'am.
Steal it or go through another person's backpack?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
What is the reason why kids are bringing backpacks? Is that something to do with privacy policy, or just I don't know, you're just leaving school and you just want to get downtown before others in the crowds come, so you bring your backpack with you?
That's my personal reason. I don't know about anyone else though.
Further on the question. Yes, ma'am.
But like some kids, whoever wanted to put their backpack somewhere, they could make a place for it, because usually if we leave it in front of like Starbucks or in CVS, like they really don't like it or something, and some kids don't trust having their backpack with others. So maybe they can make a place for it for kids to put their backpacks, and kids that can trust others can just leave their backpacks.
Right in the middle there. Yes, ma'am.
Detectors, if you took something and they even though they have those, they make you keep your backpack outside. There's really no point in that, because if they decide to shoplift, they would still get detected.
Well, yes, but what about the other shops?
Way up back.
Well, maybe all the shops that were complaining about having problems with the backpacks could make like a designated area inside the shop for people to put their backpacks, and shops that don't really agree with that wouldn't have it.
I support that.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, you. I'm sorry.
I think that a lot of the shopkeepers are more upset with the fact that all the kids are coming downtown and just kind of loitering around outside. I know one big place is Starbucks, and also the staff in Togo's gets pretty upset with people even if you have bought something from their store. So I think it's more so a problem of the number of students that are downtown at one time, more so than the problem of them having backpacks.
Okay.
And I don't really think there's anything.
All right, a couple more questions and then we'll wrap it up here. Yes, sir.
Actually, though, if we only allow a few kids into the store like one time, wouldn't that just cause the streets to be more cluttered and like more just like more problems of having more kids on the street and in like the stores?
Yeah, the singular stores themselves could probably decide for themselves whether they would allow kids inside or not. Other than that, I don't really know.
That gentleman right in the middle there. Point? Yes, sir.
Well, I think it should be up to the stores to make the decisions whether they don't want kids in their backpacks to go inside. But if the shop owners are gonna scare the kids away and lose their business, they should think about that before keeping kids out.
Gentleman right in the middle. Yes, sir.
Yeah, middle schoolers, teens in general, they view privileges as it is, so why would they want to forfeit another?
Yes, this lady in the red. That's you.
Some people that they on half days they hire like extra help to help them like look at like follow kids around and like make sure they don't shoplift. Is that true?
Probably. I haven't heard of it.
Okay, two more points. Yes, sir.
Having closest to the downtown area in terms of a public school and having Lincoln being closed, would it make sense to designate a room or an area in here where kids could leave their backpacks and come back and pick them up later, sometime like say before 5 or 6?
Yeah, that would go along the lines of designated area. I think that's definitely a good possibility.
Gentleman in the next to last row. Yes, sir.
Comment as an employee of Starbucks downtown.
Can't hear you.
I'm an employee of Starbucks downtown, and I can tell you, I don't think most businesses, I mean, CVS is good, they have that little entrance area, but most businesses, they don't have an empty space they can just devote to backpacks. And as well, limiting the number of kids that are entering. I mean, if those are paying customers, you're dealing with, you know, how much money the store is making. And you can't force them to, you know, change their policies because all they're there for is to make money, so.
Okay.
Further on the question, you ready on the question? Okay, the question comes, it's moved that the town, our town meeting encourage the youth of the town to leave their backpacks outside. All those in favor of that, please say aye. Ooh. All opposed? The noes have it. The motion is defeated. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that wraps it up. It's 9 o'clock, and that's the end of the town meeting, and I thank everybody for their assistance. It was a lot of fun. It's moved and seconded that the meeting be adjourned. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it.